arriving at Phoenix. Prepare for battle. Select your hero. Online, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Capture the objective.
It's time. Are we ready?
Go, go, go.
长大。拦住他们。Enemies here.
Got it.
I'm on point. Come on. Already done. Thank you. Have fun.
My ally.
3, 2, 1. Fire. You're up. My ultimate is up. Sorry about that.
We are outnumbered. Careful.
Authorized Jedi ultimate is charged. Got it.
I'm here. My task is not yet finished.
Hey there. Now the enemy.
I am always here to help.
My ultimate is ready. Let's do this.
Let's take this together.
Thank you.
Got it.
My bad. I need help. Thank you. Coming up.
Double. Evaluating.
Hey,
Re-engaging.
it's kickoff.
Overtime. First round. 1. Score. 1-0.
Everyone, stick together. We can do this. What's up? Scry some more. Scanning. There's a refuge. Yes, this is the place.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 2. Capture the objective.
This is our opportunity. Yeah. Let's not let it go to waste. There they are. Get ready.
The objective is failure is a chance to grow.
Medical technology is truly extraordinary. Damage output increased.
Stay put. My task is not yet finished.
Come in. Come with me.
Missteps still lead forward. Step back.
Heroes never die. Don't move.
My allies
Over here. I'm on your station. Let the Kitsune guide you.
will not move. not yet finished. Weapon systems Round 2 lost. Score 1-1.
No unnecessary risks.
System online. Weapons ready.
Okay, breaking me down just builds me up.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 3. Capture the objective.
Attack the objective. Hey. I draw the chariot. Whatever you're after, get it. Okay. Over here. I'll try a different approach. Hang on tight. Yes. My ultimate is almost ready. I'm ready to initiate self-destruct sequence. Understood. The enemy is being revived.
Helden sterben nicht.
Activating self-destruct sequence.
Careful. We are outnumbered.
Let us carry the force. Attack the objective.
Play of the game.
前你是可以去预判的，可以。
Listen.
People who've been staying out of the job market are moving back in. Jobs are available. People are working again. We're becoming more optimistic about the future.
As we look ahead to the months to come, Steph, is that also your biggest takeaway? Listen, there's a few things to take away. The president also said that the CPI number, that's how we measure inflation, is coming out next week, and he's feeling pretty good about it. Because remember, that's at the root of all of this. We had really high inflation. Prices were getting higher and higher over the last year. Those raising prices have slowed, but the goal is we want to have the American people back out there, back working. A high labor participation number is a good thing, but it's tricky because remember, Jay Powell is trying to cool the economy a little bit, and that will involve unemployment going up slightly, which isn't good on a one-on-one basis. You never want to say, great news, Sally, people are losing their jobs. But on a bigger scale, they are trying to slow things a bit. Allie, let me go to you on this sort of tense trade discussion that's happening as the president is also meeting today with the head of the European Union, dealing with some of that stuff, and as Steph Mill knows, and if she has 7 hours, I'll let her explain it. What happens internationally with the world when it comes to trade, et cetera, the global economy matters here at home.
Yeah, one of the sticky issues that was on the agenda for these two today, President Biden and EU President Ursula von der Leyen, was the result of the Inflation Reduction Act that passed last year. That was not greeted with a great reaction from leaders of European countries, because essentially, in a nutshell, what this did was it gave tax incentives and tax breaks to companies investing in clean energy technology to come to the United States to be able to manufacture those clean energy technologies. That concerned a lot of leaders of European countries, thinking that their economies would take a hit because their companies would go to the United States to then do business. So one of the results coming out of this meeting today, according to this joint statement that they released after this meeting, was these two came to some sort of negotiation, some sort of deal to make sure that the results of this is going to be mutually beneficial for both European countries as well as the United States. They announced the creation of what they're calling a clean energy incentives dialogue to make sure that those investments into things like the critical minerals that are needed to build the chips that go into these clean energy technologies could be shared among both the U.S. and Europe. All of this in an effort to lessen the dependence on China, which right now has a monopoly on those sorts of technologies.
Allie, wrap outside the White House, Stephanie Wolf, thank you so much for your reporting, your analysis. As always, appreciate you both. Let's talk about what's going down out west. There is a ton more rain. We see mudslides, the high risk of flooding, even a new avalanche warning that is hitting that state. Which, listen, California kind of can't catch a break here. You've got forecasters warning that people could be in danger. Right? There is the potential for potentially deadly weather here. There's power outages possible, landslides, roofs caving in. Officials in some parts of the state are telling people, go, leave your home now. Evacuation orders are in place in at least 6 counties in central California so far. You're seeing some of the images. And look at this. I mean, that's a river in Springville that's flooded so high, it's like hitting houses along the banks. It's also not just California. You look at this map, you've got 51 million people from west to east under winter alerts. On the other side of the country, a messy snowstorm is dropping a foot of snow in Wisconsin and Michigan. Different what's on the ground in SoCal, California. Jake, talk to us about this. 17 million people under flood watch. People are kind of trapped where you are because parts of the street have actually washed away. How are they supposed to get out? We're looking at some of people cruise behind them. Tell us about it.
Well, so, Allie, at this hour, we are in, as you mentioned, SoCal, California. We're going to Santa Cruz. And those folks on the far side, they are not just, they were going out to see the sights. They are stuck. This is the main street. It is literally Main Street, SoCal, California. And there's about 100 people that live beyond the break, which formed at about 2 a.m. When this small creek rose suddenly and tore away the road that you're seeing. And, what's so crazy, right, is like you and I usually spend our time talking about what my mom would call high-quality problems. That's what I'm learning today, right? AI and technology and Elon Musk and the rest of it. It is amazing how quick you can wind up in the 14th century when Mother Nature decides that it's going to have its way with the place that you live. I mean, we are just seeing incredible weather effects all across California. 21 counties at this point under some sort of emergency declaration, and that, of course, includes the scene you're seeing here in which these crews basically just throwing debris into the breach. They're going to try to basically build another road so that these poor people beyond the break here can receive, fire services, ambulances, emergency services that they need. But not to be drive to and from. All of that. Exactly. So it's just amazing to watch how quickly a storm can change the fate of this, the fifth largest economy in the world, pretty much overnight now.
Explain this too, because this is going to sound like a real layperson question, but it's not like there's another road. It's not like you can go the other direction on the road and get out, right? Like that basically dead ends everything.
You can hike through the woods if you need to, if you really want to, and you can cross a footbridge and fall on the farm. But if you need to drive something in and out, God forbid someone who is injured in and out, there's no way to do that at this hour here in SoCal.
And what's next, right? Because this isn't over yet. We talked about the real concerns and more of this kind of thing. Flooding, roads washing away, mudslides, there's this avalanche risk. We've got California basically saying, hey guys, please help us, we need it.
That's right. At this hour, Governor Gavin Newsom's emergency declaration covers 21 counties has used now a federal declaration. Washington signed that order, and that brings federal assistance to state, local, and tribal authorities here in California to help out. Because basically, think of this across 21 counties, and think of this at higher elevations where you have, let's say, at Lake Tahoe, the threat not just of flooding and mudslides, the rest of it as rain, as is falling on me, falls into the snowpack there and melts it away. It also, when it falls on that snowpack, makes it heavier. And so suddenly, when you have 6 feet of snow on top of a house, and you add another 100 pounds per square foot of rain to it, well, the structural collapse threat is enormous. And so you're just having this litany of threats, and that is why we need not just the power of the state, but now the power of the federal government to help California out here now.
Jake Ward-Lifers there in SoCal. Jake, keep us posted, please. Obviously, you want to know what happens there and other spots around the state. Appreciate it. Right now, the still not a presidential candidate, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, is going to a place and saying some things that a candidate would say and would visit, making multiple stops in Iowa. We want to show you into the city of Davenport today, going after the person who is probably going to be his biggest rival in the 2024 race, former President Donald Trump. So, see if we can pick it up.
We refused to let our state descend into some type of Faucian dystopia where people's livelihoods were destroyed and their freedoms were curtailed. No, we chose freedom over Fauciism, just like Iowa, and we were right and they were wrong.
So to be your sort of DeSantis interpreter here, that sounded a lot like he was calling out the former president for how he handled the pandemic, obviously not by name. We've got Donald Trump in some ways looking over Mr. DeSantis' shoulder, since he'll be in that exact same Iowa City coming up on Monday. That matters because Republican candidates need people in Iowa to be on their side. This is the first place that voters are going to be out there in office for things that they want their Republican nominee to be. And it turns out former President Trump has been losing some ground there since he left office, with 47% of Republicans say they're definitely going to vote for him in next year's caucus. 47%. He was in 2021, 67%. Dasha Burns is live in Iowa for us. And Dasha, sure, Ron DeSantis is not officially in the 2024 race yet. Really kind of sounds like it.
Yeah, our colleague Savannah Guthrie this morning said, coming to Iowa is sort of like, tell me you're running for president without telling me you're running for president. That's certainly what it feels like here. We were just across the state in Davenport this morning. We're now in Des Moines, where he's holding his second event here today. And the Davenport event really felt like a Stump-style speech followed by a fireside chat with Iowa Governor Kim Reynolds. This is part of his book tour, his memoir, which is largely a Florida policy playbook that he's using to make a platform for his message. And so he's been talking a lot about what he sees as his big successes in Florida under his administration and how that could apply both here in Iowa and nationally. I mean, the banners behind me here say the blueprint at former President Trump and at current President Biden and the difference in the Florida approach to the COVID-19 issue.
There's another candidate who's also, formerly in this race, it's not Donald Trump, and that's Nikki Haley, of course, the former UN ambassador. She's been all over Iowa, and there's one local Republican official telling NBC News that she's certainly doing what the American needs to, spending a lot of time here, working hard, that's half the battle. Okay, one of the county Republican chairs said that. What matters is what voters think, right? What do you think about where this race is headed?
Well, here's the thing about Iowa. It is all about retail politics here. The voters here take their job very seriously. So the folks that I've been talking to, they say they're going to come out and see everyone who comes to the state and then start to maybe make up their minds, although many people don't decide until they caucus, right? I want you to take a listen to just some of my conversations.
The good thing about Iowa, though, is that we're going to all candidates here, so we get a choose from everybody, and we'll be able to stand there and shake their hand and talk to them. There's more candidates coming out the woodwork, I'm sure, and Iowa will be blessed to be able to meet all of the candidates, and that's what we do.
Those handshakes, Hallie, those direct connections, the tire stops, that's something that voters here really prize. So it'll be interesting to see how a candidate like Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, who's more podium kind of guy, how he approaches the style here in the Hawkeye State, Hallie.
Dr. Burns, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Today, Congressman George Santos once again fighting back accusations of fraud. This time, having to do with something else related to the lies we're reading about. That's being a mastermind behind a credit card scheme, saying no, we didn't do it. There's this political story that outlines a sworn statement from an alleged conspirator. This is a guy who's in jail time who was deported to Brazil. He basically said Santos was leading an operation to steal money from people at ATMs. And did everything to ensure this other guy was all done, but charged to promising to split the profits 50-50. NBC News has not reviewed that sworn statement, but our own Ryan Noble, two of the people who asked the Congressman question on these allegations to that person.
Innocent, never did anything criminal activity, and no mastermind of anything. I was an asset for law enforcement in Seattle. I assisted them with the case. I assisted in them bringing down a ring of criminals, and I'm very proud of that.
You have to think that this may turn the heat up on Santos more and more because he's already got this House ethics investigation against him at this point. And there's this new bill I know by Republicans that block the congressman from profiting off of his lies if he's convicted for anything. NBC's Ryan Nobles, of course, he just saw him, the aforementioned Ryan Nobles was there. A couple of things that are really interesting in here, Ryan. Number one, he even addressed you at all, right? Because Santos, up to this point, has largely been ignoring questions from outlets. He was getting very brief answers. He actually engaged a bit more than we've seen engaged before in this issue, casting himself as like the guy who helped the bad guys away, not as one of the bad guys himself.
Yeah, that's right, Allie. But then when I followed up and asked him, does that mean that he's been cleared of any wrongdoing? He's not risking any sort of prosecution as it comes to this case? He specifically told me no, that he hasn't been guaranteed anything by prosecutors. So it does seem as though he is still at least part of somewhat of an investigation into this issue. It seems as though in many ways prosecutors had set up this back in 2017 when they convicted his former roommate and then deported him to Brazil. But it is interesting to see that he's now been in contact with these investigators, and then perhaps this means that this weird piece of information that was sent to them by his old roommate perhaps has made them take a second look at this particular issue. But regardless, Santos is in a position where you're right, he was trying to present a bit of a different posture here in Washington, answering some questions from reporters, and even agreeing to sign on to this piece of legislation that you talked about that would limit the ability of members to profit off their working on this or anything that happened before.
Yeah, but it's an interesting thing there that he's raising his hand. Like, just to explain, basically this bill that he put up, it kind of is targeting at Santos, and then Santos is like, I'll sign it, sure, let's do it, right? I mean, it's an interesting dynamic. I don't know if we can answer the question of how seriously is he taking this, but it's certainly notable that he's making that move.
Well, I think at the very least he's playing the game, right, Allie? To a certain extent, this is a PR ploy by his fellow members of the New York delegation on Long Island, who felt squeezed by him, who came in as part of this new majority in the Republican House, are trying to carve their own niche, and they're in many ways dragged down by him because of just their geographic association with him. And this is Santos kind of putting back a little bit, saying, like, I know the only reason we introduced this bill is to tweak me. Well, I'm going to sign up for it and make it look like I'm undercutting you. So, whether or not this bill actually does anything more than be a messaging press release situation is something we're going to have to wait and see. But you're brought a point here. I don't know if anyone's being completely serious in this regard. We're going back and forth over this bill, and we're not going to get a real sense of the future of George Santos until we see some real movement in these investigations, the House Ethics investigation, these investigations at the federal and state level, until we get some real concrete kind of definitive adjudication about what he may or may not have done. It's going to be a lot of this kind of press release game.
What's the timeline on that, Brian? Months, years, weeks?
So it's impossible to forecast how long the prosecutors involved in this could take. They're not set by any sort of election calendar. But I have to imagine the House Ethics Committee wants to get their work done as soon as possible. They do it all behind closed doors. They're very tight-lipped, very little ever leaks out from that organization. But you have to imagine before the next election rolls around that they're going to want some sort of definitive conclusion. So that could be 6 months, could be a year, but I can't imagine it's going to go much longer than that.
Ryan Nobles on first from Capitol Hill. Ryan, I know you'll be always working on how long it takes. Thank you very much. Coming up, the trouble is not over for that railroad company, Norfolk Southern. What we're learning tonight about what's being called an urgent safety issue. Plus, a big development in that deadly kidnapping in Mexico with 4 Americans. We've got that coming up in the 5 minutes. Stay with us.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Leave the press now. Streaming weekly support the app on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
This is where the looks at the favorite piece of the puzzle begins back with breaking news. How much water ultimately will force inlet?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
This is where the looks at the favorite piece of the puzzle begins back with breaking news. How much water ultimately will force inlet?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We'll be back with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Leave the press now. Streaming weekly support the app on NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
U.S. military academies are seeing a big spike in sexual assault reports recently, according to a new survey conducted by military officials anonymously. Student-reported sexual assaults jumped 18% in the last year, with 1 in 5 female students saying they experienced some kind of unwanted sexual contact. Sex assault is a huge problem in the military after graduation, too. The latest report from the DoD last year said 36,000 active service members reported some kind of sexual misconduct, including 8.4% of all women in the military. NBC's Courtney Kedio, editor and correspondent, is showing this now. 18% for what is behind that, right? Because that is a number that I think is likely startling to people.
Yeah, that's right. And it's 18% as the average. It's important to point out that the Naval Academy actually saw much higher increase from their numbers last year. The Naval Academy was one that saw the biggest. They actually had about a 100% jump in cases of unwanted sexual conduct or assaults from the same report just last year. Now, also keep in mind, Holly, that This report was for 2021-2022 school year. Well, the previous year, the numbers were, they actually didn't conduct the full survey, the full report, because of COVID. Not all students were on campus. But according to the report that we saw today, the Naval Academy had 61 total cases. Like I said, that was almost double the number that they had in the previous report, up from 33. Air Force Academy actually had no change, virtually no change. And then the U.S. Military Academy, West Point, actually their numbers went down slightly. But as you mentioned, overall, there was an 18% increase. This is more than 1,100 students from the various academies who reported some form of sexual misconduct.
But the thing is, Courtney, like you and I have talked over the years, and just the years that you and I have been doing TV together about what a problem this issue is in the military, right? Like, and there seems to be, they clearly want to put some solutions in place. They clearly want to try to manage this. But like, what is happening, right? Like, what is going to change so that in 5 years, Court, you and I could not be talking about this on TV? Do you know what I mean?
And the reality is, Tony, I got to tell you, they have been putting measures in place that at times have made a difference. So we saw this large change in the number of reports at one point, about a decade ago, and then over the course of several years, where there was an increase in reporting. So the numbers went up because the assumption was, the assessment was, that students actually felt more comfortable reporting. Over time, they were destigmatizing the issue and they were more comfortable coming forward, but that's really tapered off. Now, some of the things that, according to this report, according to the great headlines here today, a couple of the things that continue to be a factor. One was alcohol. About 70% of the women who reported had some sort of factor in their assault or their sexual misconduct was that alcohol was a factor. But another one was, again, I mentioned that this COVID 2020-21 year, they did the full survey or full counting. Well, COVID restrictions reduced it. We saw that happen. That means that there's more spending time together among the cadets. There is an assessment that because of that, because literally the sexual time that they're back in their cars, that might have been one of the reasons why the numbers went up for this report.
According to the insider, according to the context, as well as so much to that, as well as future. Right after this piece, looking for neighbor concerts after neighbors in East Palestine. And that town, as you know, is the site that train derailed last month where all those toxic chemicals and the leaking were exposed. The show is set to start just under an hour, and the fundraiser comes in finding out more about what may have contributed to another Norfolk Southern derailment. Crews for the railroad company says they found what they're calling loose wheels on some rail cars. Cars that did not last week sprayed over the line. And this is problematic for the railroad company, which is calling this an urgent safety issue. They say these specific wheels are on cars that they got not too long ago from a specific manufacturer. You see it there. Jesse First is joining us now. Loose wheels. Does that mean the wheels are messed up? Does that mean they were bolted onto the cars right? How many rail cars have these kinds of loose wheels, and what are they going to do about it?
Yeah, so how
China's foreign minister has warned that the confrontation in the U.S. if Washington does not change its approach. Congress, China's representative parliament warns that it should not blame the U.S. for rising tensions in Taiwan. He also held the relationship between Beijing and Moscow.
Leading countries should figure out what they want with each other. Do they want to build exclusive political blocks or foster friendship that is open and sincere? China and Russia have found a path of bilateral relations that feature strategic mutual trust and good neighborliness, setting a good example for all time
But I think it definitely does, as we discussed, the regional relations Russia is on the was just a massive support was there for God. I think all of the folks that were China and Russia working together in the world again, but this
situation between China and the US regarding Taiwan, you've got a whole new military dimension there.
I think we spoke at length, we have to say, about U.S. relations, and we were openly critical about American policy toward Beijing. What specifically did he criticize? And we also speak about Taiwan in that regard when it came to the U.S.
But I think what's happening, Xinjiang knows the US very well. He was the ambassador there. He's very experienced in US-China relations. What he's doing is they're basically saying that the US forced Russia to invade Ukraine by backing Ukraine. And they're creating an equivalent to some extent with Taiwan, and that by selling arms to Taiwan, which is a major bugbear in US-China relations. But by doing this, they're putting China into the position where it may have to act militarily. That's the background. It is an escalation in the war of words.
President Xi Jinping also speaking about China's U.S. relations speech. He condemned what he called, reading it here, the U.S.-led suppression of China. What was meant by that?
Yeah, suppression, containment, these are words that we know from the Cold War era. And we knew that it was a common Communist Party language used to describe the West trying to hold China back, stop China's advance. But Xi Jinping has always stopped short of mentioning the US by name. And indeed, in the speech that he gave in Chinese, it's mentioned, but it's not mentioned in English translation, so it was more international. So it's all again on an escalation in what's a rhetorical war at this level. And this is a very worrying development. I don't think so, because I think there's no way that this is going to come out in English and not get back to the domestic market. So I think it wants an international. This is happening internationally.
Hello, what the mosquito? Going on, but you see, I feel the thing cannot. Maybe on Monday I buy that one. Not effective. The mosquito keep attacking me. They never go inside. It's not working. Maybe this part here I put you. Not working. Maybe I put two on. Put one here. Maybe I put another. They never come really attack my leg. Now I go and do something first. I don't have to see. I see where always the mosquito come attack me. Oh, why? Mosquito you never kill, they never maintain. A lot of mosquitoes. Next time now, the downstairs. Next time you want to buy the cigarette. Next time go and next time the law maybe requires cigarette, buy cigarette, then use the QR code. That would be better. If not, I have the later then use QR code. Use the cigarette only. But it's not it's a very kind of after a while you play you get bored. You play those that you can continue to play and learn. Try to not say stimulate, make you try to find to solve problems or to think your mind think in the right way. Also, yeah, audition. Those are after 9 o'clock thing. Surprisingly, the ants never come for the break. No one.
You gotta have something to say. If anything, you're honest. And when you're honest, saying anything is something special.
And some people don't understand. We have two in one is better than one in same price.
In Washington, there is a bipartisan move to block China's technological advance. The latest showdown is taking place in globally significant areas semiconductor manufacturing, and the Biden administration taking the $53 billion Chips and Science Act program into gear. But will that help the U.S. maintain the dominance of the sector? It could be a double-edged sword. President Joe Biden signed the act last summer with a statement claiming the Chips and Science Act will lower costs, create jobs, strengthen supply chains, and counter China. This line should also plus for its focus on the resilience of the supply chain and the rebuilding of the U.S. semiconductor industrial base, but it ignores the fact the semiconductor industry is one of the most globally integrated industries, and the U.S. can never be fully self-sufficient. Even the U.S.-based Semiconductor Industrial Association has expressed concerns. It says more than 80% of the semiconductors manufactured in the U.S. are sold overseas, meaning new semiconductor factories and jobs created with support from the CHIPS Act will need greater access to global markets. Beijing made this common quote: decoupling will not only be at odds with the loss of how this industry grows, but also cost the U.S. a great deal, both economically and technologically. Last October, after the U.S. issued a revised policy on artificial intelligence and semiconductor technology exports to China, Secretary of State Antony Blinken said there is intense competition underway to shape what comes next. He made these remarks as he came close to new Cold War. Now the U.S. has secured a deal with Japan and the Netherlands to join in new semiconductor export controls. That's because those countries entirely control the market for the lithography tools needed to make the next generation of chips. But this is ironic. It's ironic because both countries are parts of the global supply chain, and they also have their choke points, and Washington knows that. It's ironic because Japan, back in the mid-1980s, was forced to sign the unfair US-Japan Semiconductor Agreement and relocate its production center offshore and invest in pure rather than applied research. This is ironic because that agreement eventually backfired on US companies. It's just as Beijing said earlier. There's nothing wrong with wanting to be in the lead on the high-tech front, but the right way to achieve it is through fair competition rather than doing whatever it takes just to maintain its tech hegemony and deprive other countries of the right to development.
Change very clever, this very fun. When I was in overseas everything, what is it? I was in service office. And what was in service office, I saw the Black Widow. It's how America, whatever it takes. What does it reminds you of? It reminds me of which part? Yeah, it reminds me of part 2. And the Pentagon has been continuing maintaining this, whatever it takes, whatever it takes. In YouTube. We want satellite internet. The satellite internet is better than cable internet. Undersea cable internet. It's long time already.
There is a small set of islands that are a part of Taiwan called Matsu, and they lie just off the coast of China. In fact, they are much closer to China than they are to Taiwan main island, making them what many call a front line and a border region between the two sides. So when residents of the island lost access to the internet and officials learned that the internet cables running under the sea and connecting the island to Taiwan was cut, it was easy to suspect that Beijing might have had something to do with it.
Already cut off by the sea, Taiwan's Matsu Island is now facing a digital blackout. Matsu lies close to mainland China. For internet, residents rely on 2 underwater cables that connect to Taiwan's main island. But the cables were cut 1 month ago. The 14,000 islanders are using a backup transmission for some limited access. But even so, it can mean waiting hours just to send a text.
The speed at which we receive online in orders has become very slow, and the most troublesome thing is that customers can't make an appointment by phone.
Taiwanese authorities say they identified 2 Chinese ships in the locations of the cuts. The Coast Guard said they chased 1 ship, but it sped back to Chinese waters. And there is no evidence to directly show that Beijing is responsible.
We can't rule out that China destroyed these on purpose, because US Navy research shows that the countries in the world capable of destroying or tapping submarine cables are Russia and China.
Officials fear that Matsu is just a warning, and that internet connections to the whole of Taiwan could be under threat. Tension between China and the US has spiked over Taiwan. Washington does not have any official diplomatic ties with the island, but has vowed to defend it. US sources say Taiwan's President Tsai Ing-wen is due to meet with US House Speaker Kevin McCarthy in California. Last year, McCarthy's predecessor visited Taiwan, sparking Chinese military drills around the island. Beijing said it is seriously concerned by reports of Tsai's trip. China has never ruled out using force to bring the self-governing island under control.
No one should underestimate the strong determination and ability of the Chinese government and people to safeguard national sovereignty and territorial integrity.
A looming threat of escalation and isolation that's already a reality for Matsu Island.
by phone from Matsu is Wen Li, director of the Office for Taiwan's political party, the Democratic Progressive Party, that's President Tsai's party. Wen Li, hello. Thanks for joining us via an analog call and not a digital video chat like we usually do. So phone calls, it seems they're pretty okay.
Hello, Melissa. Thank you for having me. Well, phone calls are relatively more stable than video calls since we have been suffering from an extremely slow internet connection since early February.
Taiwan usually has some of the fastest internet on earth. Have officials told any of you how long it take to repair the cables and bring it back to normal internet speeds?
So, both the Matsu Islands and Taiwan, as a country in general, rely heavily on submarine cables to provide our internet connections. And at the moment, since Taiwan does not have its own submarine cable repair ships, we have to rely on the international repair ships. And currently, our repair ship for the Matsu Islands is scheduled to arrive in late April, around April the 20th. So that means a huge gap in time from early February to late April or even early May before the submarine cables are completely fixed.
When we spend a lot of time on boats around Matsu, who do you think was behind the cutting of the cables, or do you think it's possible that they could have been accidents?
Well, at the moment, we cannot rule out any possibility. According to the location records, we see that since two of the submarine cables were damaged in early February, one was damaged by a fishing boat and another is damaged by a cargo ship, and both boats were Chinese in origin. So at the moment, we do not rule out any possibility.
So it should be a satellite internet. Then this cable, undersea cable internet.
How rapidly technology is developing in China? The engineers talk about new innovations, and the next day they the plan a reality. And some of these technologies are not only changing the lives of people in China, but positively affecting the whole world. Recently, China did another such project that is going to have a long-lasting impact on the world. In the meantime, when experts break the West started to criticize it, but their hypocrisy got exposed when they started copying China. They used to call China copycat in the past, but are now doing the same. Before we go on, subscribe to China News to watch about the most amazing world projects. Ready? Let's go on. Do you realize how quickly China is advancing in terms of technology? The following day, the engineers put their new inventions into practice. And some of these innovations aren't only improving life in China, they're also having a good impact on the rest of the world. China just completed another project of this type that will affect the world for a very long time. The West began to attack China when experts praised it in the interim, but their hypocrisy was revealed when they began to imitate China. China was once referred to as a copycat, but they now use the same praise. You must be aware of the danger that carbon emissions pose to your health. Now let's get right to the subject of today's video, which is how to reduce carbon emissions. Identifying what speeds up carbon emissions the most is the stage that is most important. Many uses of fuel and energy result in the production of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. Yet, a country that needs to restrict carbon emissions must identify the industry that is contributing the most to these emissions. You may identify the industry contributing the most to carbon emissions by utilizing this graph. The majority of countries are aware of this. They are aware that the three industries that emit the most carbon are residential usage, transportation, and agriculture. Yet, no one can limit carbon emissions using the measures alone. You must be asking why. The solution is really fairly easy. It will take years for a nation to reduce its carbon emissions if it focuses on just one industry. Why then will it take so long? I'll explain. Assume a nation decides to restrict carbon emissions from its industrial sectors. Finding a replacement for fossil fuels will thus be the first and most crucial step. Second, they must exert control over every industry. Government-run businesses, privately owned businesses, and locally owned small businesses all exist. Thus, it will take several years to control them all. However, there is a good likelihood that the private sector will reject the alternative fuel even if the government finds it and begins utilizing it in its own sectors. This rejection would likely be motivated by the cost. The cost of the alternative fuel will be significantly higher than that of fossil fuels. So it appears that nothing can work based on the figures. Such fantasies are little more than fairy tales, according to Bill Gates. This assertion enables us to comprehend the viewpoints of powerful individuals about such a significant environmental risk. So, it is evident that the US is not experiencing carbon neutrality. Nevertheless, in China, a distinct picture emerges. China has discovered the fastest, most effective technique to reduce its carbon emissions. First off, China has discovered hydrogen fuel, an alternative fuel, unlike any other nation. Both Ms. Sally and I have independently produced a video on that subject. Using alternative fuels and modes of transportation will be China's first move in reducing carbon emissions. More than 27% of carbon emissions come from transportation, and if that emission is reduced, nearly half of the issues would be resolved. How will China respond if other nations are unable to regulate their transportation-related carbon emissions? Trains are the most popular mode of transportation in China. Due to how handy trains are, most people choose to take them instead of driving themselves anywhere. China now has a competitive advantage in reducing carbon emissions thanks to this. It's because the government controls the trains. For the time being, it won't need to restrict any private sector, since China must carry out the choices, and no one will oppose them. How will China limit carbon emissions in transportation is the current question. We are all aware of how advanced Chinese technology is. Many fresh innovations are unveiled every single day. And for China, doing insanely incredible projects is now simple. China has once again stunned the world by producing the hydrogen energy train. With a top speed of 160 kilometers per hour, this is the first hydrogen energy train that can move quickly. The CRC, the Chongqing Railway Vehicles, and the Chengdu Rail Transit Group made the train, which was debuted in January 2023. Both the train's engine and its whole propulsion system run on hydrogen. When hydrogen and an oxygen atom interact, the sole product is water. This train emits no carbon and poses no risk to the environment. In hydrogen fuel cells, the electrochemical reaction between hydrogen and oxygen generates energy. In addition to this, the chemical process is quite stable and does not produce a significant amount of heat. The battery that powers this train is capable of traveling 600 kilometers in a single day. Its train has a maximum speed of 508 kilometers per hour and will cut annual carbon emissions by 10,000 feet. The construction of this train is a forward-thinking endeavor that exemplifies China's aspirations. In addition, it is very clear that China is going to move on the zero carbon project in the subsequent years after it has been initiated. More trains will also start operating shortly. The hydrogen powertrain has developed into a successful project, which will assist China in getting closer to the goal that it has set for itself. In addition to this, China is going to start creating further automobiles that run on hydrogen, which will bring us closer to a greener future everyone desires. Nonetheless, China can never finish a project without drawing the ire of Western countries. This time, the train that is fueled by hydrogen is being referred to as a fuel cell in Western countries. The Western media asserts that this program is not nearly as advantageous as it is portrayed to be in the public eye. They are pointing several fingers towards the possibility of hydrogen powertrains while using the same keyboard. the BBC presented some information on the fuel model nature of this hydrogen engine. In addition to that, it was mentioned that the United Kingdom was developing a train that was powered by hydrogen. The Western media is giving significant attention to a number of these different projects at the moment. On the other hand, when it comes to China, they refer to it as a dumb model. Experts predict that this new train will usher in a new era of transportation innovation. It will set a limit on the amount of carbon emissions that may be produced. Not just that, but furthermore. Despite this, a significant number of individuals are grateful to China for constructing this railway. Despite this, Westerners keep insisting that the excitement around this train is entirely overblown. Yet, if you delve into the past and go through various projects, you'll see that China began working on them quite some time ago. The Western world had a comparable reaction. They originally disapproved of the experiment, but later on they carried it out themselves in an attempt to remain competitive with China. Do you not feel that Western countries are unable to manufacture these trains if they are not profitable? You will be responsible for determining on your own whether or not this venture is worthwhile. Do you believe that this initiative will soon help China reduce its carbon emissions? Is China on track to achieve carbon neutrality by 2060? What do you think about the criticism leveled at these trains in the West? Click on this video to watch about another shocking China's project.
I don't know whether it's going to rain or I'm still assessing the situation. Because I want to go out, but wait until 9 o'clock. Because normally I say I assess almost 1 month already. The sun will not come out until after 9 o'clock. Most of the time. But if they come out early before 9, then whole xie liao lah. If they come out before 9, means that the whole day should be hot. But if they come out after 9, oh, no, they don't know already. Can be rain, can be whatever. That's why I'm a bit worried now. Because rain, all this, and you must assess now. Don't go too far. Very inconvenient. I'm not going out to hang out too long. Also go and buy my things. Normally I come back then buy and put it down there. I don't go and buy any. I don't go anywhere else to buy until I'm near my home. Even like sometimes I go foodies the fruits can be very low price. I don't buy it unless I got a car. Then I can buy in cartons. But if in carton, but if I don't have, then I just don't want to buy. It looks very affordable, very tempting, but the distance travel. So for the foreigners, of course, they can buy because they seldom have the opportunity sometimes to go out over the Saturday or weekend or Sunday. But for me, sometimes I just don't feel like going out too far. I don't like to go out too far. Go too far lah. If I go out, I just try to assess the situation. Maybe I go to Paya Lebar, maybe I go to um, Tampines or Simei or Jewel. I'm not very sure. I won't be going too far. Maybe I go to Bugis, I'm not sure. Because there are a lot of places. Some people tell me go and take the MRT and all this. I say sometimes I just don't like. They say they know where I'm going and say look let's leave me alone. Don't need to create all these scripts and stories to play a game out of the whole thing. I say aunties all have something wrong with them. Last time also when I go in Davao City, they always prepare the script. I go to Davao City, I go to this Abiza Mall or to the San Petro College or to the OB, Internet Gaming Cafe, or go to Gaisano. You like to play politics, I go to SMCD, I go to the Masma or whatever. It's the Starbucks down there, new one. Opposite is the international schools. And all over they have a DFA and the police around. Sometimes they hire the PR industry, but normally they don't. They have their own people. PR industry in Davao City very little because there's no embassy. Whereas PR industry in this Metro Manila is a lot because of the um, embassies. That's why in Thailand they have Bangkok, they have embassies. So when they have embassies, they should know, all this um, PR industry and security guard industry. So bit complicated lah. And the city always very cleared by the police and the national security and national defense and behind all kinds of all these people trying to secure the place and everything. And sometimes they have the shop, this one, as the hands and the legs or the eyes and the ears. So it's quite interesting. I'll never charge. Oh my god. Let me charge this one. Now I have some quite hydrogen power. As I said, it's up to China. If they want to have less carbon emission, they can have it. Doesn't matter. Let me check something.
Hi, I'm Sue. I play piano when I can get someone to actually pay me.
What you doing? Everyone in Los Angeles is worried something. Glad to have you with us.
Luca is the planet Saturn because he's far away, and Carter is a shooting star because they have long sweaters.
mosquitoes keep attacking. Only on the fan, on the one okay. Every time I sit there, the mosquito keep attacking me. So, mosquito never stop attacking me. My activities every place different. Davao City, in Tandak City, in Danan City, everywhere, every day, everywhere. My activities different. You cannot enforce me to have the same activities when I'm in the service office or in the other cities here the same. Cannot. It's different. Everywhere I go, I just try to adapt to the environment. Like here, I don't adapt to multiviruses. I adapt to the environment. I adapt to the environment. I adapt to things that I want to do in my daily activities. But every time I look at the environment, because every day, I have to see the weather before I go out. More for my because in Kansas City I already learned, trained by the environment. Like in China, I trained by that was long time ago. That's different. The latest one I trained by the Kansas City, the bad weather condition. So when I see like this, I'm very careful. I don't say excuses, but at the same time I do my thing because sometimes I need to do my things. If the neighbor always disturb me, I got no time. I can't finish anything. Like this, the mosquito. Every time come attack me, I cannot finish my thing. I need to do my thing. I need to focus on what I need to do. So that's why, to the Hinodi vice user, they have a mission. But my mission is different. Their mission is to want me to do this, do that. But my mission is to focus on my project management and do something that I have to do. And this is my daily activities. No one can take my personal space and my own activities. You cannot dictate people to tell people, hey, you must do this, you must do that. Something wrong with them. You better go and see a psychiatrist. Tell the people who issue the script something wrong with them. You better go and see a psychiatrist. Sometimes I go out and say, these people all something wrong. The more the naughty vices are working on other people, the more they are working on themselves actually. They are making themselves, that's why I say, how many hypnotic devices that we're going to sacrifice today. That's the latest one. I think they receive everything loud and clear, hopefully, as I go around. And they still want to wield their power. When I go outside, they want to wield the power. Want to destroy as many people as possible. And to get all the people involved. And to increase their poison. That's the objective. This is very good one. This CC cleaner, professional. I can't do my live stream. I can't to tell my viewers for certain things. if it is important, if not, I don't want to say. So the lots of objective. Every day they must work on people. They don't work on people cannot. Something wrong with them. Every day they become addictive to using the device. They say if they don't use the device on me, you know, other people will say how come they never use the device on me when they are doing use. Don't compare others, compare ourselves. How I know what's going on over there on the other side. If let's say Mr. A and Mr. B. Mr. A being work certain percentage, Mr. B work on certain percentage, whether today or many days. In the end of the day, why compare? I don't compare now. I don't compare whether if I receive a lot of poison means everybody in Singapore will receive the same amount of poison. I don't. I don't like. I don't bother what the other levels they receive. I not say I cannot save myself. I don't bother. I just don't bother. I don't really care. Their business, their business. My business as well. Whether the hypnotic advisor wants to work on them or not, it's their business. If the hypnotic advisor never work on them, then it's okay. If I'm the only one in the world that being worked on, it's okay. I don't bother. But the thing is that it's always interfering with my daily activities. Ever since I woke up in the morning, then in the last time in service office, they respect. When I came back from in that time right, before the last trip to Philippines or to Vietnam, last trip to the 4 months left, he asked me, hey, why you don't go out so early? I said, how to go out early? All the shop all closed. At 10:30 then they open. That time was nearby Chinatown. They say, but now it's why I don't go early and buy things for what? I have my own project management, I have my own schedule. I'm not saying I soon on their way of doing or now because then now they can gather all this and that. Because now ABC is free. So they gather. Their schedule is free, I have to follow their schedule. Why they must plan all this for what? Why so for what? Oh, because there's nothing better to do. Everybody nothing better to do. They try to use me as a scapegoat and gather everybody and all the forces together. Right? Sometimes when I go there, they gather the forces here, they gather the forces there. Sometimes they call the people in the bus together. When I go to the bus interchange, they work on me. They know already I'm going there because they know I go a few hours. And when I go to different places, oh, then they don't happy with me. Or they try to secure the place. Some people tell me the whole Bedok Central they already secure already. Now go to other place. No, my way of life. I just do my own things. What they want to do this, do that, so I want to create story for. No need to create all these stories just to say, oh, because I'm here, then they have to gather their forces. Whether the good or should something. It's different now. That's why I say they have no control over the whole environment in Singapore. Because so they have no control over the whole environment. In Singapore, there's no, they are not the law. They have very restricted powers, very restricted powers. So in the end, everybody got restricted, but their powers are even very limited. So at the end of the day, they don't dare to anyhow do things. They link to them. They link to them. They are linked to the PR industry. And out of Singapore, they link to the group without issues of view. And they try to wield the power. But why wield the power? Sometimes they link to all this, they are just temporary because they know I won't be there for them. Sometimes over there they are greedy for the money because their life is not, their livelihood is not regular. Their livelihood is not regular. Their income every day is not regular. So they want long term. They want me to stay there long. But many things, I'm not there for long. Why I have to be long? Stay there for long. So whatever it is, they just really, like some people say, 做无聊, nothing better to do. They want to, what's this one? This one is a new one that I never seen before. So they want to do something, nothing better to do, and then they just use me as a central attraction. Then they can gather all the forces, whether good, down, shit, all there. Everything. I find it's very strange. I say I don't want to go Sentosa because at the moment, after my payday, because I want to take the cable car. I need to take cable car. It's worth it 1 year. The price, I think it's only I think $40 to $50. And then after that, they want to get me out of the place. Last time I used to go to Starbucks. I only drink 3 sips, 1, 2, then I go already. And now, then after that, I went to Philippines. I hang around for 2 hours because I'm waiting for the shopping center to open at 10. 10. I went there and take my breakfast, and then at 7:30, I take my breakfast already at 7-Eleven nearby, like open like down there here. Then let's say this one is the Starbucks and that one is 7-Eleven. Then after that, sometimes I don't want to go straight to the Starbucks. I say that Starbucks now, go straight to the Starbucks. Then I just sit there, I eat my food, I drink my coffee. After that, I rest a while, then I look at my internet news. I never bring my laptop because there was no problem. Only one only very far. The other one is not, but I don't mind. Because every time I use my laptop to do my work, they disturb me. Oh, I do my work. I bring, even in Singapore, I bring laptop to the library, they disturb me. I bring laptop to the library there, or this heartbeat or the heartbeat here. Everywhere I bring my laptop, they come and disturb me. I bring to the Starbucks or Coffee Bean, they disturb me. They say they cannot secure the place because the police come or why do you want to play politics? They say that people cannot, cannot hang around too. The Chinese sometimes cannot take it anymore. Then they want me to go. Sometimes I haven't even, like yesterday, I want to go to the Starbucks to gather my information to see the, cannot. They say they want me to stay. Why I want to stay here to get the information? Sometimes I just sit there and relax for a while. Not because I'm here, I'm stressed. Different place, different settings, different environment. Everybody can go and do their things. Why I cannot do my things? Then end up I go to the library. They want to chase me to, then I go to the, and because I'm eating, I never eat a lot. The bee-hoon I order 150, actually it's 120, but they give me a lot. So I'm very happy. I finish my bee-hoon, and then very filling. Then I decided to walk. Sometimes I see the thing, I see the temple. Then sometimes I walk in, they know I'm going to walk. They want to secure the place. Secure what? Why is that to secure for what? I just pass by, I just see the things only. And then they want you to buy. I'm not buying, I'm just, sometimes I don't go to the shop A, I just go see. Oh, got this, okay. Or maybe I think, I want to buy next time. Depends whether I need or not. Or it's not say instinctive buy, whether I need it to use in future. Because I have not been to Singapore already for a long time. I never go shopping, window shopping for a long time. Mostly shopping, window shopping. And so sometimes I just eating, digestion, I just walk. Sometimes I purposely walk like each floor without looking at it. But sometimes I say so boring, I start walk each floor. Then still very few. So might as well I walk a little, stand CCC, then walk a little, stand CCC, that kind of situation. Then after that, they want you to, then they try to do okay. Later see that one, imagine that one is sign, the basking Robin, the biscuit, the cookies, all these are like sign, even in this Danang City, the 24 area, the one they say link to the government. I say I don't know what is going on. I just want to buy my beads, but the beads is very expensive, not worth it. So I decided to say don't buy, go to Singapore and buy. No point trying to haggle the price with them. In Philippines, they sell the beads, but these beads they could have, using a black magic, they chanting when they before they sell the beads. Then they go around to sell. Sometimes they don't sell the beads, they just move around because they're doing some PI work or whatever, some national security work. No, it's always very common, even in Ho Chi Minh, you can see people moving around, selling in the streets, they're selling to foreigners. Even in, that one is where, that one is in, I think it's in Philippines, Vietnam also. That time in Da Nang and all this place. So then I move around selling the sunglasses and all this. So they are trying to say their eyes, they're looking around to see anything or whatever it is. But whatever it is, why not to create all the, see the green one, the Kiam Sing Ti one, or in the Da Nang one, or the, a lot of people do not know what is Kanachi. They thought it's Kanasai, it's Kanachi. Kanachi, and then they go to the Kiam Sing Ti there, they can see the Kiam Sing Ti, all this. In Taiwan, the China people, China civilization, they come from this Fujian Shen. They know a lot because they sometimes maybe went to Taiwan and they eat so they maybe over there also they have not. But also what I know is they don't have, but maybe they not able to imagine what is Kanachi. So when I say Kanachi, they don't understand sometimes even the China civilization in their own country. They don't know what is Kanachi. And this one is Dunkin' Donut. And this one is Dunkin' Donut. Because last time when I go, they tell me go and observe or go and see. But then they tell me go and see the Mr. Donut at this 7-Eleven. Now Mr. Donut now have like 3 other pieces. Hopefully they expand more and more stores. So all these stores they are in the 7-Eleven, they want you to see the hot dog. And all this, and they want you to now verify with the Chinese civilization. But this is how the Chinese civilization program. You tell them this is the hot dog. They already start to program themselves. So you see, imagination is beyond imagination. It's very subjective. But the healthy price they want, okay now, imagine eating this donut or eating this hot dog. It may not be exactly as how people imagine. So I say whatever they do, they are just trying to destroy the Chinese to reverse to America to tell the Singapore government that they are destroying the Chinese civilization. Just a false pretenders. That's a big front. Tell the government that they are doing this program to destroy the Chinese civilization. They are not helping the schools and colleges. But sometimes they can pretend to say they're helping the school of psychology, to say that everybody is mentally crazy or mentally insane or whatever. But in the self-crazy insane in the psychiatry school, there's no such word as self-crazy insane. It's only mental problem, A, B, C, D, E. And the worst is when they want to bring the school of psychology, they are the ones that suffer themselves because they have to create the self-crazy insane ideas. When they create these self-crazy insane ideas, they are making themselves self because they have to believe in it before they apply on others, before they use the device. When they start using the device, they will be self-crazy insane. And now they know, and now everybody knows, creating the wider divide between the lesser have and the have not. Why on the trade? Why there is a rank? Why the rank is negative? If the rank is positive, now everybody going to do good. Okay, they are team. Whatever rank they are, whether it's official or not official. But if the rank is whatever is official or unofficial, do something negative, not worth it. Why don't you do this? And it's creating a wider divide between they themselves and the rest of their soldiers. Can they be unharmed? They are not unharmed. So all these are, as it with delaying by this time and 做不了. How you know these people, the issue order, what they doing, where they go, what is their hidden agenda, secrets that they could be involving in some other things or whatever, and they make everybody busy. Just like the same like 10 point on they already say, what are they doing now? Now this time, 11 o'clock, they're having lunchtime. They issue a few scripts to make me busy from 11 to 12. After that, 12 to, if the script cannot finish, continue from 12 to 1 to 2. While they over here, sleeping. After eating, they're sleeping. So short. Haven't finished. Still got a few more. If got standby, finish, send 2 or 3 more. No, go, send already. This is how they lead the world, how they govern the world. And dictatorship, authoritarian way. That's what they're trying to tell me when I was in the Vietnam. So anyway, I do my things. I don't want to talk so much about all this. It's not at the time they are creating a myth, creating like a forbidden palace. Hey, now they create this thing to you to make you think that you are living in a world that is everybody is being destroyed, and this and that and that and this. And they create a movie or a story out of everything all these years. When I do not care about what is going on outside the world. And they just try to say that, oh, you live in this country, many people are being destroyed. You live in that country, many people are being. After one full circle, now they ask me to go Thailand, I don't want. Now go, let's say in future, go Vietnam, I don't want. And even in Philippines, I say that I will go there every year. But maybe only 1 week only I go already, go out, I leave the country. Or may not go there anymore. They have all their connection in there. They can try to make money in their own connectivity. I wish good luck to them. But I'm not involved and then they're not happy. Like last time when I went to Shenzhen 7, 8 times, about at least 4, 5 times already, they asked me, hey, when I'm coming back to Shenzhen again? They need the money, the people in Shenzhen, they need money. When I'm going to Shenzhen again? They're the same. When in Davao City, when I'm going to Davao City again, or other city, or Da Nang again. What it has got to do with me in the first place? They want to wield the 8 powers, going to wield. They can also send their people to try to connect to everything. If I don't go there, it means they don't want to wield the 8 powers. If I go there, they want to wield the 8 powers. Something wrong. These are not consistent. When you're not consistent, how can you wield the 8 powers? 8 powers are consistent. It's not say you now have 8 powers, and after you hit and run and come out. 8 powers money. How the 24th and 369 consistently, globally, one by one. The ego group also one by one. They have that connection, they connect, and consistently connect. That's all. Even the ego group. Nothing to do with me, what is got to do. I just go there just for travel. Then I go out, I leave the place. What's this? 6 of civilization. This one I've seen before.
Behold, the untamed world of kind. See how the industrious villagers build their new homes. They expand. They grow. They thrive. And now they seek inspiration. These pristine lands hide endless beauty and new opportunities. But that beauty also
How do you know what's
hides
generation gap, gender
like
gap,
falls on the
generation gap, age gap?
flames consuming everything there.
Different people, human differences gap.
Plunging the
Human
village
gap, human differences. Everyone is different. They don't understand. So just like in the every state, the sender and receiver, the image of others and themselves and others, and they believe in it. Just want there's a lot of miscommunication all over the world because they don't understand what is going on.
They start again.
So you can say that it can be insane, but at the end of the day, when they believe, don't believe. There are many things, many communication problems. They think they know better, but actually they don't. Oh, this is interesting. But there's a version that's building on it.
Too kind.
This is interesting, but then at first, very kind of a very interesting approach. As I say, there's a limitation to the powers they have. When you talk about secret society, there's a limitation to power. You talk to PI, there's a limitation to power. In Singapore, this one is very good. Article. This one makes my on the next week I must buy this one. Understand about the sea. It's time for me to understand the space roughly I know. Still need to understand it. What is this palace of harmony? Still like this. I just want to understand it. Still early. I haven't hopefully the sun comes up. I can go out. That's the problem. You want to disturb me. What do you want me to do? I want to go there and sit there for half an hour also cannot. which is a Chinese one. Interesting. Here is Chinese one, but then what is the name? Kong Yi Kong Yi. This is Chinese one. And they should turn more Chinese games into English. Oh my god, amazing. China civilization game. Oh my god, amazing, man. This is fantastic. I like to build like China teams, this Japanese team, different countries. I like to build teams. Civilization, I think, is very so have all this type of game more for go and tell the developer 7, 8 have already. Let's look at Steam game. You can play this one at the wish list. You can use the what's the Steam game? Sure. So ask the developers. And $10 only. Oh my god, amazing. Now this one must buy. $15. Oh, this one is even better. I hope I never see. What a waste. So later I come back. I got no time to play. I just see some of the highlights. Many interesting things. So have more. Have with the past civilization, like I say that I played the Egyptian. They don't have the names. Their past civilization extinct. Even can be the Angkor Wat, all these people, how they built the civilization. Not history, but more having the real concept of building, continue building without having the real historical facts. Just as a civilization, how they built this thing. Very interesting on their technology, everything. Understand about technology they use. So in future, we can also have civilization building. There's the game that last time I did mention some game I forgot. Civilization, different civilization building, and then from then they can exchange the technology. This is where in the end of the day it's like building not a new world, the world that we're supposed to live harmoniously. So they can create a game that is on these fun principles, and from there, or the first principle, principle wisdom number one, to coexist. Whether China can have the developer or America, and they can have all this to be able to allow people to better able to coexist and harmonize with each other. So this one is only 674. So I buy now because it's very low price. So the price of the this of the this Epic launcher is lower than the price of the this Razer Book payment process log fee must pay so much. It's less than Steam. So buy from this Epic launcher. So they are doing quite aggressively. So this one I remove from wish list. Oh, okay. So maybe I forgot it again. A lot of people, the older generation, the Chinese, they don't understand what I'm doing. Chinese people, they don't understand. They maybe think they look from their own world. But my world of looking at things and the younger generation is the same. We just like to learn something and play games. That is much more. Some people they play for learning. Some people play for many other reasons. For me, I play for learning, share. And sometimes they maybe come from that whole thinking of whatever from China, and they want to impose the whole thinking, whatever on other people. That's not what I mean. Hopefully, it looks should be working. Right? You know why? Maybe I have to do it in Singapore for a week. No, there's no reason. Oh, okay. So confused. And your account, so we can't help you to update. Okay, then I already not update. Then why? Okay, Singapore. Okay, Singapore. If I delete the address, okay, let's changes. These are based on resources. Never seen before. Too much of a bit like the Pirates of the Caribbean. Wow, so many maps. Oh, like Pirates of the Caribbean. Interesting. Wow, 5 days of application. Like that answer. Coming soon. Oh yeah, not yet. That's not coming soon. Ethnicity is also quite interesting. This one is not that good. That one is so strange. That one should be good. Oh, this is not really. Very strange. The hands-on kind of thing is not fun. So what is this city going to? This one I wish this.
Business here, food truck simulation, is a delightful business management game. Your goal is to manage and grow your burger truck business from a one-stand operation.
Ah, this is more interesting. It's a new game
This
now,
is a
baby.
beginning to create profitable burgers, manage your inventory, employees, finances, upgrade your
Oh,
equipment,
this is interesting.
capture new revenues.
Coming soon.
However, the road to greatness is full of obstacles. Bad weather, unplanned events, and economic downturn. Always. Constantly, the workers entrepreneur with one mind reaches success. Will you be the one? There will be alpha and beta breakers.
No, actually, through times,
Quiz the
the Chinese are
and join the
creative,
Discord to be part
but it's that the government is not allowing creativity in this area, in this industry in China. They allow people. Actually, the Chinese are very creative. They can create all this, but in a maybe Chinese way, not in Western translation. But there are limitations to their creativity in the real application. But they are very creative. But they are not allowed to maybe show their creativity in the real life. Yeah, sure. Oh, good. Oh, good. So far, I know, but I still don't know what is it about. Hmm, very interesting. Maybe sometimes people can be creative. Besides business heroes, besides food, all kinds of games that people are developing on these fields. So you can see that it's not creative and it's not interesting. Okay, that's it. See on festival, celebration festival. I don't know add after that I never buy. I This ad. Oh, this is interesting. Vegetable tycoon. Should have one here and here.
Let's create the perfect weekend. Design the grounds,
Oh, this one is like this emulated, I think, mobile games.
as the world's greatest festival tycoon. Being a micromanager, whether it's crowd control or tweaking the light, you'll need to plan things right down to the tiniest detail.
So it's
And
quite
don't think you can relax
challenging in another way.
From babysitting the performers to picking up
People
the
may be
trash,
different,
it's
but
down
not
to you to make sure everything runs
doing
perfectly.
the different types of concept.
Oh, but wait, there's more.
Team
Since the game came out in early access,
team.
we've added workshop support, new buildings,
Different
bug
teams of
fixes,
these
Octoberfest,
buildings.
sports grounds, extreme
Express
mode,
resource
new items,
management
location editor, custom music, bigger maps,
So
dates,
sometimes they try to do
band,
much
and loads more.
management.
Festival
So
Tycoon
you
is
can
growing
have
all the time. Check it out now.
this team building, team management, different teams of management, different types of management, different category of management, teams of management, different management, no, I got. So this is much more specific time management. Say sometimes it's not practical. It's to allow you to, I say, all this is more about organization. How to organize. Like children, sometimes they play. You see that they are all very good at playing all this. So there's no relation. And then they may have this kind of this team. We learn how to play. They learn how to play in this. I saw some children learn how to play the mobile games. Tablet. So it's very interesting how they play all these games. That's why I said they just look at the games quite very cool. They are addictive. How they notify you look at it is like addictive to playing the game, to use the device on people who want to get imagination. But imagination, everybody imagine. When you see anything, it's imagination. So in the end of the day, everything people see, even the Chinese civilization, whatever they open their eyes, they're imagining. It's just what you call unconscious, this imagination, unconscious imagination. So in the end, with this unconscious imagination, they just see everything, but they didn't know that they actually imagine. When they are all eyes looking at everything, it's all connected. This forms their imagination. So in the end of the day, it's just that they don't know. If they close their eyes, there's no imagination. But there is, because your eyes still see black and white. It's still imagination. If you are in a place, because you see black and there's white because of the lights. But if you go to a very dark place, it's all black. You can't see anything. There's no imagination until your mind starts to think of another form. And that's where we call imagination also. Imagination, whether you're through your eyes or not through your eyes, when you're sleeping, your mind is just imagining. When you open your eyes are you are imagining, but it's just that you don't know unconsciously, but actually you are imagining. You see that in the end of the day, whatever it is, all this is whatever they do is joke. They are just getting by mistake. The soldiers are slaughtered. The hypnotic vices are being slaughtered. Why? Because the lesser have benefit from some other things. They need the soldiers of the hypnotic vices to be busy, to do this, to do that, to do that, to do this. To keep them busy maybe, or to make the whole society chaos. While they focus on something more important. It could be it's money. Many things about diversion they call. They use all kinds of people, and whether they are good, young, or she's good, to use the device to what people in order to divert their attention while they focus on other things like money. Last time they did tell me it's the cost. It's not the COST, it's not the CAUST. It's the hypnotic, the lesser half, the issue the order is for they are making money. So they are creating a wider divide between them, lesser half and have not. So you see everything things all go down. When in other country they don't bother. You live your life, they live their life, everybody do. They just learn to coexist. Whether they are the good, without the shades and faith, they learn to harmonize with each other. That's all. In Philippines, in any other country. Until when certain entities want to wield more power, government, military, people, groups, organization, religion, many entities. Even sometimes you not people want to wield the power in that town or in that community or in that village, then everything starts to go haywire. Power struggle between among entities. When they have no power, they want to have real power. But the real power is not real. So they try to cover whatever people they have real power. To create another kind of power that is unreal. That is elusive, artificial world. This is the unreal power. What is the real power that people in operation? And I go there, they cannot have the real power. And that frustrates them. And they don't want me to go out or stay there outside too long. And if they think that they destroy you quite self-sufficient, then they want you to go and be a vagabond. You want to say, then many people all laugh. I will be a vagabond. I have money different from the rest. When I will go to the library, I say, is this a vagabond? No, it's not vagabond. He has money. So you see, trying to play all this is what? Politics. Play politics. Every day they think of ways, of stories and everything. Why don't they stop thinking negatively? Why don't they stop not creating the script? Why did they not create the story of everything? They're sometimes making the chance evaluation difficult. And they need to pick. Say, oh, no. Why they all like stress up for nothing at all? Why the lesson want to give everybody stress? How nothing at all? And they are not stressed. End up sometimes they have smoke and all this. They also cannot manage their stress, and then they want to release their stress on other people. The negative expenses impossible. You want to release, you go to exercise, go and punch the boxing, whatever, the punching bag, whatever. Go and release the energy through exercise. It's not anything. The people who been work on, they never exercise. Go and exercise, walk 5 kilometers a day. Like me, I started, I just came for almost 1 month maybe. I keep walking. I never stop, not walking. And sometimes I stand, but don't stand always on the same, because I learned from this Google that don't stand. Don't stand. Maybe this one maybe a good way. Don't stand in pin and shoot. Don't stand on this same place for a long time. In diabetes, they tell people with diabetes don't stand too long. Walk a little and stand. Walk a little and stand. cannot just stand there, you must walk. Every time you walk, so that the leg, the blood, and then you sweat. Sometimes go outside, sweat out, so that all the blood sugar level can reduce, whatever form. Walking also to help to reduce. Eating, exercise, eating. But I said when you have diabetes, the whole world goes down. Really goes down. With like your whole world that you want to live, just you just go down. Just find that everything you cannot eat. So I was given the last chance. So I have to continue to take care of my health. That's the most important. Because you got money, anytime they will come. Or any other things. Sometimes money cannot buy health, not happiness. Health. Money can buy happiness, but money cannot buy health. You can try to eat all this, but again, that's what I said. Sometimes many things sometimes don't always talk about money. Because many things is to continue. Sometimes people exercise without going to the gym. Don't need to pay for the to be fit, to be healthy. They can just go outside and walk and do it. Don't need to pay money. Happiness also no need to pay money. No need to go to amusement park anymore. You just walking around also happy. You go to the park or whatever. Or people like you can cycle to the park. How they want to move around with the vehicle, the moped or whatever. All this funny uncles so big size kids ride a small moped. So all this I say people in the indoor here are getting work on, but they must always learn to manage their mental and physical. We always come from the physical part. You work on the physical first. When you exercise, you work on the physical, then you will go to your mental. If your physical is healthy, your mental will be healthy. That's how when I was in the service office, they try to tell me, free, go exercise. Opposite. And they also exercise. So when they exercise, they're healthy. Along the way, they could be work on this and that, but they every day continue not trying to set themselves up. You see, all this is created by the lesser have. The lesser have, I'm very sure, is going through the part 3. More negative than positive. They never think positive. If they think positive, they will not issue order like this or issue the script like this. It's not for my own good. The world is not what is negative as they look at. Because the world is positive. The world is purity. The world without humans is purity. If you go to a land where in Philippines it's ecology without people, is it pure? It is pure. The birth, the life, and the death of nature. But when human comes in, what they do? They can try to smash the whole nature, but they create human problems, human created problems among themselves. Don't talk about the nature itself. That's why I said the world is pure. Everybody comes into this world is pure. It's how we think. What are our secrets, our hidden agenda? Why we want to activate our 7 senses? Our 7 senses are inactivated. Later on, think about food. Why do you want to activate other people's inactivated values? So the thing is that it's not whether the mind is strong. It's that you must know yourself to overcome your own problem. Your own problem that can be internal, your health, or the physical, or sometimes created by the others, external, internal, external. I wrote them internal, external. And what are the sources of trying to give you pressure? Even the healthy devices are doing to device. I watch the news, also can give me pressure. Last time in the morning, the Chinese tell me when I'm China, don't switch on the TV. You switch on the TV, you're stressing. When you want in the night after you, in the night when you think about wanting to sleep, you watch and you feel tired, you switch on and you go to sleep. But they're trying to say that less exposed to TV. If you really want, but it's okay. Children are different. Because if they have energy, they want to absorb. Their brain inside is, they came in the world of nothing, into emptiness. Their brain is nothing, empty. But when they open their eyes, they start to see, and the brain start to absorb. So through the environment, the brain start to absorb a lot of things, good and bad also, and many other things. And this way in time, the parents will teach them through the education on the ethics, morals, and principles. So it's through all this that they slowly learn. But you know, guys, not giving people, trying to control people like that when it's young, they are turning them into individual subjectivity. Can he naughty boys user A try to train a child A, and he naughty boys user B train a child B the same? No. Why? Because humans are inconsistent, and therefore in the end it can be subjective when they do the training. They do not have the curriculum of training of positivity or the curriculum of training of negativity. They can try to say they try to train more positive and negative, they still have to more positive and negative, whatever it takes. To them, they want to say that they are relevant, they are proud of the product they have created. Humans are not product. They don't need to be trained this way. Why don't they train their own children? They don't have children, they go and find. Then don't train. No need to find other children. So you see, these are the things that they are playing politics in Singapore, and they try to create all this on everybody to have a mental mindset of this and that, and then they want the rest of the non-device user to do the same on people of different ages or genders or whatever. So we must learn to break from all this. This is the weakness of the system. It's not the strength of the system, because the device is satanic, it's negative. It's satanic, it's playing politics, it's false, FORCE, and also it's beyond human. What they are doing this is that the vessel have funding from some other source, or maybe they themselves have done many bad acts or secrets or hidden they want to cover, and therefore they want all the soldiers that they also in this in the sense to try to put them in a kind of a mentality and mindset and want them to go and implicate this use everybody as a scapegoat. 做贼心虚先下手为强. That is how they want to make everybody busy for the sake of busy. The human is busy because of its existence. The chemicals in the human body, but human busy not for the busy, but human busy for existence. So you must understand this too. Not people busy not because of the sake of being busy, but people busy because of the existence. Means what? And every individual, principle number one, existence go as means everybody got their own daily activities and their own livelihood and their own living condition and their own lifestyle. That is their way of life, every individual, even within a same household. Everyone is different. You cannot say the father and the mother must do the same thing, the children do the same thing. You cannot. Each of every individual function, their roles and their roles and function, the duties and responsibility of each of them is different. You see, so nowadays it's a plan to grant strategy, the plan, the negative strategy, grand plan is to bring everybody into negativity, to everybody to infected with all this. Our country do not need all this. It doesn't benefit. If people want to do illegal things, go and do it until they are chargeable in court. If not, don't suspicious over others of nothing means they themselves should not, those that they are committed all this, they shouldn't be suspicious over others of nothing at all. And then try to issue order from other people to work on other people. And all this. So again, all these are wrong, their mentality, their mindset. And in the end, they still face the greatest problem that every citizens are facing. That is to pay GST. They are paying GST. Everybody has to pay GST. Back to reality. What is elusive artificial rate? And what is the real rate? When you go out real world and yet you want to trade elusive artificial in a person, why do you want to trade this one there? When they never do anything, they just try to use A for to say, oh, this guy is defiant, that guy is defiant. And this one is I don't know how to say, it's a routed or rude or whatever. It's a deviant and don't label people, don't stereotype people. When sometimes I find the lively auntie say, I try to tell her, when you try to tell people, you must manage them properly. Say in a much more polite manner than trying to be rude. Hey, don't put your leg on the sofa. Just tell them, don't put your leg on the sofa because everybody wants to use. Try to reason with them, not authoritative. Hey, this is the law, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Cannot this, cannot this, cannot this. If not later, they use the device to work. You see, she has the mentality. You say, oh, because you are deviant, that's why no wonder people want. Because they create deviant out of people. And this is everything that I look and I move around. I see. This is how they destroy everybody. But at the end of the day, do people have to pay GST? They have to pay. If things never sort out by the year 2027, still have to pay 10% to 15% along the way, if not by the year 2035. I'm very sure if this continues like that, everybody has to pay GST. They are not solving the problem. But they think they're very happy with the lesser hand. But they fail to realize that the Singapore they live in is not only in Singapore. They may have certain amount of power in Singapore or other countries, but it's connected in a positive, negative, also the same life of the existence, the tools in the existence. They connect other countries are negative and positive. They only connect negative, never mind. But what is the global value can avoid? Cannot avoid. And this is where the self-reflective wisdom of from the human disaster to natural disaster. Human created disaster is a self-reflective on certain areas. It's not complete yet. But the human disaster already shown that people do not want to learn the lesson. Whether the post-mortem, the white paper, or any other, whether World Health Organization or any other thing, they're not able to learn the lesson. This is a self-reflection for the next 7 years. Everybody better wake up. Whether they are in Singapore or all over the world, they are going to face the bad weather condition. And whether the lesser one is creating a wider divide in India or any other country in the world, it will never work. Because this bad weather is going to destroy many people, including the United States, including the lesser. Everybody will be affected because the world is now connected in one wisdom, not one global village. Because the global village, you want to connect in the one global village, then the one global village will be destroyed. The newer order of subjectivity, the principles of subjectivity, some fraction create a newer order, some countries create a newer order, and many other entities create a newer order. But all this new order, what is it about? Is it positive or negative? If it's negative, then doesn't care whether it's new order or something like that, then the new world or the new world, everything is still back to the same. Everyone will still be in that kind of world, but still be a negative. It's using the virus to what happens to virus? They adapt, right? They also adapt, and then adapt, they transform into adapt new adaptation and mutate, and at the same time they evolve. So the new world of negativity they have, what they do, everybody get fed up with the new world of negativity. What they do? A diversion deploy is to extend the virus to another part of the body, the whole earth, another part of the earth, or the whole earth. And from the negative, the adaptation, they move to the adaptation, and then they also mutate at the same time. And you know, mutate means what? They start to grow in different forms. The cold can turn into cough, cough can turn into fever. What happens if cough, cold, and fever gather together? The same with virus. Origin to alpha to delta to omicron, or beta to delta to omicron, and now they have all together. But does it mean that in the end of the day, sometimes the most deadly virus can, or most contagious virus can overcome? Yeah, but sometimes what happens if it not then overcome? The same time it comes up again, it can re-emerge. So the whether it's a new world, the new world, or the whole Singapore, or anywhere in the world, it can be a new adaptation, a new mutation, a new adaptation, a new evolution, and a way of we live everything. But if it's more negative, what's the point? What's the spirit of new use? Because the people are going to suffer. How many people they are going to sacrifice today? How many people means the United devices and everybody creating the lesson have? You think the United devices don't have? They have not. I also have not. I'm not the lesson. There's only one lesson in Singapore, and they should know who. So of course, in the end, we respect. But again, with the system of our country, there is a check and balance system. So the check and balance system, in the end, allows everybody to have restricted powers. So in the end, this is how it is. But again, everybody is not lesser have. If anybody want to create the lesser have, you tell them there's only one lesser have. So why we have to create the lesser have of him? Because he's the only one. We have to respect him. But again, he has restricted powers. Everybody also have this check and balance system until when he then everybody is happy. So everybody should not be lesser have. That time when I pass by here, they want to say they are the lesser have. You say you are the lesser have? No. Whatever you try to tell me, what assets you have, what powers you have, everybody is restricted in their own ways. So don't try to play politics to say they are the lesser have. There's no lesser have at the moment. So everybody is equal. Everybody still have to pay GST. So I say in the end of the day, we must get the mental mindset. We get the wrong one, we lead into the virus. And when we lead into virus, everybody falls in it and we create the wider environment. The lesson of我的国旗是喝酒，没有清唱嘛，清唱，的国旗是喝酒。Chinese please you know, please secure the area. 清唱嘛，Chinese 讨酒嘛。But actually, 真好酒哇，你死的都死的。So at the end of the day, we also cannot create between what is human and beyond human. Oh, please go back to your seat. Or please go back to your seat because there are people trying to take your seat of power and all this. Or as and when beyond human, oh, now you look vulnerable. Now you look godlike. Now you are Jesus Christ. What if that is a crazy idea? And all this stuff. Wow idea. All this, they're just creating the virus on everybody for their own evil genius at work in the world. And this, I think we call him this Vietnam, evil genius. We feel very happy when they're doing all these things. So I don't say so much already. I have to exercise. I have to go out. Let me see. Now I really have to start. Exercise first. So actually, just haven't finished yet. Later, I come back. Or suddenly I go to the east, not to the west. The weather can be weather which I don't like. Because the whole weather is very something wrong. I don't know why it's like that. Even to this now, but can we try to counter? We can't. We have no power over all this. It's from far away. So in the end of the day, already happening in America. And we shouldn't blame any country because we cannot be proven in court whatever happens. This is a global phenomenon. So at the same time, we are not vigilant. We must know how to re-emphasize to the minister that we must continue to try to learn how to counter against the bad weather condition. What are our emergency plans? We have to review, revise. I remember that I mentioned about the national security and the national defense. We must continue to do it. Other countries don't do it, it's okay, but we have to continue to do it. Because that time when I was in Philippines, they asked me, how to destroy it. Say Philippines, the whole country destroyed already now by the bad weather condition. With the rain and everything will totally wipe out how to defend. You have all your missiles and everything. Now maybe missiles, that one is only for certain countries. When they have the nuclear warhead, the silos. But other countries don't have everything wiped out. Don't have that. So how far can we send their missiles to China or to South China Sea? So you see, to encourage them to build even more, it's not the right way. To encourage them to build even more, it's not the right way. That's why I said my boss, I think this thing, I'm just doing my thing, I finish my thing and go already. And what they are trying to do, they have to prove. This is the proof that's given to prove to outside what is going on. To say that they are trying to do this on me, it doesn't work. Of course, they should know. When it's a negative action, it will cause negative reaction on themselves and on the victims. Why want to cause negative reaction on them? Say, now we go and come back. Why must I have? After you go away or faster go back to your room too. What do you mean? Other people can sit around and just hang around and just they say, oh, you have to spread the news, spread the false news, say that I'm very and then all this. You see, other people also they hang around. When they ask them, why Saturday not on TV? Why they want to create a wider divide between the lesser? Just because the people that are older generation and all this, they also maybe they stay at home. But other people can go out, they cannot. They don't want people to go out. Or sometimes they don't want to get involved and they want everybody to go back to their own premises. Don't just this is not the world that we are living right now. The world we are living now out there is real. We need to create a kind of a world that is not real. can't say sometimes to do anything that is better than doing something. When you do something, make sure it's positive. You're not doing anything. When you gather the forces together. But don't try to gather the forces and create negativity. So the immediate problem is to reduce, to not allow the GST to increase more than 10%, and to reduce the higher cost of living. That is very important. You think that in the end, all the secret society, all the entities combined together can counter what is the bad revolution? You cannot counter face the fact. So encourage the government all over their own people in their own country to encourage the government to counter against the bad weather condition, to continue to establish all this economy that I wrote. Because this is the only way every country can live. When you have bad weather condition, you think they can connect? May not be able to connect 100%. By internet, yes, but not by trade. By the sea, may not happen. By the land, may not happen. In their own country, they cannot even connect by land. And even land to land. Let's say something happened in Malaysia. They cannot connect to Malaysia within their own country. I don't talk about connecting to Singapore. Singapore will connect, or Malaysia will connect, also make it difficult. So every people in their own country must play a part. If not, everything haywire. Trade itself. Yeah? You can't say buy and sell. Economy is all complete. You cannot live without trade. Trade is one of the important elements for to affect the economy, or the factor to affect the economy, or one of the elements of the economy. So in that way, you must have trade, whether as import or export or re-export. We continue to not give up. So there's a night go outside and we don't create a problem on this way. I already said all this, everybody go and do. I know power, but I'm just sharing to provide wisdom. We have no time. Instead of playing politics, we have to do. We must be the doer. We cannot always play politics and keep trying to use me as a tool of destruction. We must move into positivity. Continue to work harder and try to move to help the government. If people have no power to say, maybe they are under the government, then don't bother. But people who are external, independent, outside of the government, continue to encourage the government officials and to improve, especially with the review of the crisis management, emergency plan and all this. The new emergency plan and try to see what are the ways to improve. You see, the problem can push here, push there, then you are. Okay, I think my preparation. Remember what I said, solve the problem immediately. do not allow the GST to go up. Second, to better manage the price of everything and higher cost of living. Encourage the government, instruct the government to stop the answer how to reduce the cost of living. Then everything 量在羊身上。量在羊身上 is very easy. But again, everybody suffer. Other country people suffer, let them suffer, don't worry. Or people don't suffer. And that is very important. If they want the 羊在羊身上 like there are other countries that then we have to learn to manage the price. Push out the price. Hello, I'm back from the toilet. It's okay, I'm going out the east side. I'm not going there because there's nothing at the moment. Next time, during the weekday, weekend, a lot of people would like to gather the family to chill. Over there, it's nothing much because over there the people also maybe not many movers, population not so massive, but it's connected to the Bedok Reservoir. So I'm not going there also. So those place I cannot remember what is it, but nothing much. Over there, a lot of changes. So I just do my own things first, then going out for a walk because like I said every day I must walk. Hopefully the mosquito can go away. I see one already for 2 days, 3 days. The mosquito never didn't go inside. I don't know why. Like inside maybe on Monday, they still bite on me, and then Monday I go and buy and one more. Because very important. Like in other countries okay lah, but here I feel don't okay. Because every day here, other country I can move around to avoid. Here can just permanent in this whole month in Singapore for my medical treatment. Oh my god, this one is it charging now? Oh very good, it's fast charge. I like this one is fast charge. Later I check which one is it. This one was 75, now it goes to 90. So need the fast charge. So just very slow. So this one is $1, but the one 150 I think. And this loaded lot 120 pieces. This is only I think I don't remember. But I cannot rub my skin too hard. My skin is now becoming very thin. So next time I use a lesser. Mopico is $6. This one is only less than $1. I go to the polyclinic, but it's only less than $1. Mopico is $6. Get those from Malaysia one. Don't know whether it's trust. The quality control. Safe. Safe. Okay, only already. Then I just like to walk around, walk a little for exercise. Actually, I walk for exercise. Strange about Bigo, sometimes they update, sometimes they don't update. This one not very good. This one is the. I think I should use this one. Then the one has cannot charge. Once I must buy another one. Yeah, use this one first. This one is fine. This one is from here. Oh, from here. So probably need to buy another. The rest all for indoors one. Because I need to buy a good one for outdoors. So wireless is the best. Wireless is the best. Just another one. Mixed up. I think this one here. No. This one. Just this one first. So I get one more or two more. later then I do release the red one for this one. So later. Let's do my thing first. Maybe tomorrow I go Orchard. Not sure. Just hang around. My friend is selling the service. Not buying from him. Next time. Actually, cotton is better. Cotton have the Nirvana. Cotton. The Nirvana. Shouldn't get so big. No, just in case. So actually, you should get some. Get the big one. The big one, small. Okay. The big one. Let's see whether it can. Yeah. Yeah, this buying this tissue. The whites I already have in tomorrow then I buy. Just buy the tissue. Tissue is a lot. So I buy for auntie. Depends on situation. This one. So it's good. That's a clean one. This one. This time I put it there easier. Just walk. First time I just walk. I don't like to sit sometimes. First time I sit because I need to do something, but after a while, after half an hour, 45 minutes, I walk. Depends on my activities in the desktop and the workstation. Workstation. It's about it. I just buy the tissue, walk around. I think to buy. I need to buy any food, anything. Because Saturday, Sunday, I eat outside. I don't buy back. Unless for dinner.